All right, I'd like to go ahead and call to order. I'm going to bang the gavel just for fun. The Policy and Audit Committee of the Board of Trustees of Hcisd. We are beginning at 5:09 p.m. on June 14th. This meeting is now called to order. And we're going to start with the Internal Audit Quarterly Report presented by Nellie Ledesma, please.
So Nellie's not with us. Nina's going to present.
But we have a capable alternate. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Dr. Reiniger, Dr. Noyola, and committee members. My name is Nina Garcia, and I'm the Assistant Internal Auditor. Agenda item 2 is our Internal Audit Quarterly Report. We conducted a total of 8 internal audits this past quarter. The first 3 reports in your binders are the Special Activity Fund audits. A special audit is required to be conducted when there is a change in principal or principal secretary. We had a change in secretary at Sam Houston Elementary, a change in principal at Jefferson Elementary, and a change in both principal and secretary at Stewart Place Elementary. Based on the audit procedures performed, I am happy to report that there were no findings noted, activity fund procedures and policies were adhered to, and the monthly financial reports reviewed were stated properly. Any questions on the first 3 reports?
That's great news. We love to hear that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have an audit of maintenance truck inventories. The purpose of this audit was to test compliance with district inventory procedures pertaining to trucks carrying inventory. These are the supply inventories carried in our vehicles to complete work orders in the areas of electrical, HVAC, custodial, fumigation, and locksmith. We have a total of 19 vehicles with inventory. We selected 3 for audit and sampled inventory items from the truck to the inventory notebook and vice versa. Based on the audit work performed, no exceptions were noted. The maintenance department is in compliance with inventory control procedures. Any questions on this report?
No, congratulations. That's great.
Next, we have an audit of the teacher and bus driver attendance incentive program. We reviewed pay records and leave records with the payroll department and employee benefit department to ensure staff that earned the incentive was paid correctly. We sampled a total of 17 teachers and 6 bus drivers. We have a recap for you to reference in this report. Overall, for 2020-2021, the district paid $589,250 in teacher perfect attendance incentives and $12,400 for school bus driver perfect attendance. Based on the audit work performed, no exceptions were noted, and the district is in compliance with related attendance incentive program policies and procedures. Any questions on this report?
No, wonderful. And it looks like a lot of, a lot of people were involved in that who received the payment. So that's great.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have an audit of school bus driver credentials. The purpose of this audit is to ensure the school bus drivers meet the required credentials for employment. As of January 14th, 2022, Hcisd had approximately 91 active bus drivers. We selected a sample of 20 bus drivers to review their files and ensure proper credentials were in place. The following attributes tested for each bus driver selected was CDL, Region 1 certification, medical card, and other annual required trainings. Based on the audit work performed, no exceptions were noted. The district is in compliance with federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Any questions on this report?
It's wonderful to see that. It's such an important group of people carrying our little ones around. So thank you. Wonderful.
Next is an audit of time and effort documentation. Every federal program requires us to keep specific time and effort logs for those employees that are paid out of federal programs. For 2020-2021, we had a total of 479 employees funded partially or fully from federal funds, and for 2021-2022, we had a total of 524 employees. We reviewed all employee semi-annual certifications and time and effort logs to ensure documentation was complete, accurate, and on file. Based on the audit work performed, no exceptions were noted. The district is in compliance with time and effort federal program guidelines. Any questions on this report?
Impressive. Thank you.
And our final audit is bank reconciliations. We reviewed bank reconciliations to make sure they were reconciled timely, balanced, and that there were proper segregation of duties. The accounting department is responsible to reconcile 15 regular operating bank accounts every month. All 15 bank accounts were selected for the audit period of October 2021 to March 2022. Our audit resulted in one finding. Although a bank reconciliation was prepared every month for every bank account, one of the larger accounts remained unbalanced throughout the year. Differences between the bank statement and the general ledger, which were all less than $6,100, were not identified timely and appeared on the unbalanced reconciliation each month. We also noted several outstanding checks from the prior school year, 2020-2021, totaling over $8,600. Recommendation: as part of the review and approval responsibilities, the Director of Accounting needs to assist in reconciling any unbalanced accounts by identifying the differences in a timely manner and monitor the outstanding check listing to ensure stale dated checks older than 6 months and issued in the prior school year are investigated and voided and/or reissued. The response from the accounting department: the finance coordinator has already cleared the outstanding stale dated checks on the general ledger bank account. They will continue to monitor the aging outstanding checks every 6 months. All reconciling pending items are reviewed by the director and discussed with the staff. They are working with SunGuard to assist in the pending difference on the payroll bank account. This will be cleared by end of the month. Our procedures for pending items will be added to the procedures manual. Based on the audit work performed, there were adequate and effective procedures related to bank reconciliations. Bank reconciliations were prepared monthly for each of the district's bank accounts. The business office strives to ensure reconciliations of the district's accounts are reconciled timely and accurately each month and did an excellent job of accomplishing this with all but 2 of the larger bank accounts. Any questions on this report?
Great description. On this one, just it makes sense about the aging checks.
Yes, ma'am.
That makes perfect sense. My question is more on the policies. So it sounds like it should have been picked up and the fact that we didn't actually balance should have been told to somebody, and then like this process of working with SunGuard to find it or get it straight would have happened sooner. But so did the procedure change so that now they have to tell somebody?
It's actually a recurring item that had been outstanding for several months. So instead of spending more time in looking and finding what that item actually is, we basically called the software company and said there's some issues with the amounts being posted to the general ledger as opposed to what's hidden in the bank. And so we're working with the software company to try to figure out what that issue is. We knew that the items was not in balance, by about $6,000. And this account is our payroll account, which is.
For the explanation, Mr. Cavazos. Let's go to discussion of the recommended revisions to local policy CH on first reading. Mr. Cavazos.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Martin and Dr. Neal, committee members. We're recommending the revision to our policy CH local purchasing acquisition. We're adding some language on professional consultant services. We'd like to put in our policy our process of hiring consultants, such as attorneys, architects, auditors. We're adding language to include that our contracts cannot exceed 5 years. This will force the district to do requests for qualifications for these services at least once every 5 years. We believe this is good practice. Again, this is intended for those services such as attorneys, auditors, and financial advisors, and architects. Be glad to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Any questions on this? Any other comment, Dr. Noyola, that you want to?
No, I think, as Julio said, it's just best practice. You know, that just ensures that our service providers or consultants recognize that they
Time, we would continue with that firm. But it allows us to do that once every 5 years, at least once every 5 years.
Okay, and then, and I guess I'm just also thinking about that the individuals providing those services that we're working with, it doesn't require that there be any change. Let's say a particular, whatever, company we're working with had a rep that was our rep, they can change that up or they can leave it the same.
Yeah,
It
that's
just-
always at our request. You know, I think the district has the option to say, look, you know, we want a different attorney or a different architect from a firm to assist us with, you know, our projects. That's always our choice.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, and does this require action or
No,
anything?
these are for discussion. Now, they will come up as action items on first reading at the board meeting later on tonight.
Tonight, okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Cavazos. All right, well, moving on then to item 4, discuss recommended revisions to policy update 1118 on first reading. Ms. Scogin.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Reiniger, Dr. Noyola, committee members, senior team, and audience. Policy Update 118 includes 12 policy revisions to activity funds management, cybersecurity, personnel, basic instructional programs, special programs, academic achievement, admissions, attendance, student welfare, and student records. Mr. Julio Cavazos will present the first 2 policy updates.
Yeah, thank you, Debbie. So policy CFD, local activity funds management, just some minor changes. They have incorporated the term student club into the policy. Before, it just had organizations, and there's some other minor verbiage changes on that one. Policy CQB, local technology resources, cybersecurity, minor changes as well with 1 additions. Under training, it gives the superintendent the authority to remove access to the district's computer systems and databases for non-compliance with the training requirements as appropriate. So it allows the superintendent to basically deny access to those people that haven't complied with the training requirements.
Thank you, and I have the next 2 policy updates. Policy DFE Local, Termination of Employment and Resignation. In this policy revision, new recommended text states that if a contract employee provides a resignation to a supervisor who has not been designated by the board to accept such resignation, the supervisor shall instruct the employee to submit their resignation to the superintendent or other person designated. TASB recommends revising this policy language to give the superintendent or other person designated by the board action the authority to accept these resignations. And currently, our contractual employees do submit an online exit form, and all resignations are subject to the approval of our superintendent, who then submits a notification, a release letter to each employee. This policy also clarifies that a superintendent may delegate authority to accept at-will resignations to other administrators. Our at-will employees follow the same current process of submitting an online exit form, and all resignations are submitted to our superintendent, who then issues a acknowledgement letter to all employees. So this is a current practice that we do have in place. Policy DP Local, Personnel Positions. In this policy revision regarding personnel positions, new recommended text states that a school counselor shall spend 80% of the counselor's work time on duties that are components of a comprehensive school counseling program. If the board determines that because of staffing needs in the district or at a campus, a school counselor cannot spend 80% of work time on the comprehensive school counseling program components, the policy must address further details regarding the counselor's duties, and the board may direct the superintendent to develop a revised job description for that counselor. Also in this policy, to streamline the list of principal qualifications, a required number of years of teaching experience has been deleted from the policy, and that information will be referenced in the job description as it is currently. And so anytime we post a position, a vacancy for principal, we do include that information in that job posting, and it is part of the job description. And so regarding the counselor's work schedule, then that will be, of course, at the final determination of our superintendent based on the needs of the campus and the district. Any questions on policy DFE local, policy DP local?
Ms. Floria.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I just want to be sure that I understand. I think it's a great clarification, Debbie. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
The wording that I see on here in terms of the board's responsibilities are that actually the determination would first be made by administration, which would be brought to the board, that, you know, if there's a problem about the counselor being prevented from the 80% of the counselor's work being on duties that are the components of what they should be doing, and working with children. So we certainly applaud and approve that, and have always tried to do that. But then it does say the board shall direct the superintendent. In other words, there's really not any give in this at all, that it must be done, and if we find out that it's not being done, the administration obviously already knows and is going to fix it, but it's the role of the board, I assume, then to say, you know, to somehow concur with that formally. Is that what they're trying to say here?
I do believe so. Dr. Nayola?
Just upon approval of this policy,
Okay.
then that executes the requirement
Got
of the
it.
superintendent to
Got
proceed
it.
in creating the job descriptions and making the appropriate adjustments.
Thank you. I was wondering how the board got involved in it, so that's
Yeah,
good.
it's-
Thank you.
It's through the approval.
Thank you.
Yes.
And at this point, do we have any counselors that would require that?
No, we have been working, we knew that this policy had actually come into effect already when we went through the last legislative session. And so we, Joseph and Lori have been working with our principals to ensure that we have reviewed the different roles and responsibilities that they have. And so we have worked to adjust their duties and responsibilities to work within this 80-20 percentage.
Thank you.
You know, the work today is really just codifying the legislative actions that happened last legislative session. They're just making their way into official policy, but we were working on those implementations prior to today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next three policy updates will be presented by Dr. Joseph Yaryar.
Got it. Good afternoon, Dr. Reiniger, Mrs. Fleury, Dr. Noyola. We'll be looking at I'll be explaining three policies that are up for possible change. The first one is EHAA Local, which is our basic instructional program, required instruction. And basically this is looking at House Bill 1525 regarding human sexuality curriculum materials, and which is going to, the new policy language follows the steps required by law, which includes the board adopting a resolution to convene the SHAC, which is our School Health Advisory Council, to hold meetings and make recommendations to the board at a public meeting, as well as making sure that our board is making sure that the board knows the process that was followed in adopting those materials. The next one is EHBC Local, and again, this talks about House Bill 4545. And, you know, House Bill 4545 is the new bill that requires remediation on part of the school to assist students that have failed any portions of the STAR in multiple years. And so it explains a process that our parents can follow if they need to, you know, voice their concerns about any educational plans as well. And again, also giving them the right to select a teacher in particular if they failed any of those exams in 3rd, 5th, or 8th grade math or reading. And then the third one is EIE Local. And in the past, we had our STAR exams in the 5th and 8th grade that a student had to pass the reading and math in order to be promoted to the next grade level. And this calls for a change in that. There's no longer that requirement at TEA because you have those accelerated committees now, the accelerated instruction that now takes the place of that. Meaning, student fails an exam in any grade, you know, whether it be elementary, middle school, or high school, then we as a school district are required to provide remediation. We've already been requiring remediation, but this codifies it that the remediation is required. And so we go through several meetings involving the campus, the parents, and the students to determine what that remediation will look like. And so this is basically saying that we're no longer going to hold a student back for failing reading or math STAR in the 5th and 8th grade. And in turn, the acceleration committees and the remediation takes the place of that.
Very good. Any questions, Mrs. Fleury?
So I want to be sure, I apologize, I want to be sure I understand that last part. So we no longer require a student who fails to remain in a grade.
Correct.
However, we are required to be sure we provide the remediation.
That is correct.
So there will be no students failing content anymore. Is that
This,
correct?
well, this has to do with the STAR exam. So the remediation is based on the results of the STAR exam. So in the past, if a student was, let's say, in 8th grade, failed the reading or the math test, then they had another opportunity in May and then another opportunity in the summer to pass in order to be promoted to the next grade level. And that's the way the policy currently reads. And so it's a matter of changing that and saying, TA is no longer requiring that a student pass the exam, and instead TA is saying, they can fail the exam, but the school district, the school, you need to provide remediation for that student at the next grade level in order to remediate them. You know, as long as they meet our other requirements for being promoted to the next grade level, which includes passing their courses.
I actually think that can be even more effective, so I think that's a good plan. I'm not questioning the plan, I'm just wondering, at what point, or is there any point at which the district has to provide to TEA evidence of eventually passing? Or
Yes,
is
so-
that just still left up to the district?
Yeah, so we as a school district, we need to monitor, we create a plan between the campus, the parent, and the student, outlining what that remediation is going to look like the next year. And then we have to monitor that and track that, because there are a required number of hours that we as a school district and a campus need to abide by in order to provide the remediation. So we track that, and that's information that we need to have available just in case, you know, the state of TEA were to ask Hcisd, are you providing these remediation plans, show us proof that we're meeting those hours, and so we're monitoring that. And then let's say a student fails for a second year, you know, we'll know that the student failed the second year in a row, and we have to continue with those remediation plans, ensure that the student is successful on a subsequent exam.
What we want is the student to be successful, rather than just say, too bad you failed. You know,
Correct.
So I think that's helpful.
Correct. You
So
know,
they- oh, I'm
and you'll, I'm sorry, and so you'll remember that there was a time that our graduates needed to pass their EOCs in order to graduate. But then the graduation committees came along, and they basically had the 2 out of 5 and all of these different pieces. And certainly with COVID, there were a lot of adjustments that were made, right? And so at this point, they're adjusting the requirements regarding promotion that are associated to the test, right? And so they're moving away from making promotion and graduations decisions all based on a test, but more on helping the student be successful, and via the different acceleration plans and so forth. That has become the bigger focus versus passing a particular exam, which, to your point, I think that's a great thing, that we're focused more on the success of the student with the content and the learning rather than performance on that individual test. So I think that's a great thing overall.
So they do, or maybe they don't have to, but if the planning committee, student involved, obviously, says, yeah, well, I have to retake the test, then that's part of the plan, but it doesn't have to be?
The retaking of the test is not part of the plan, because in the past, they had 3 opportunities in the 5th and the 8th grade to pass the reading or math. But now it's one time, and you're not successful on the first time, then that's where these remediation plans.
It's just all
come to play.
remediation, and then
Yes.
you take it again the
No.
next time?
Correct. You just-
Whatever.
right.
That
If you
whenever
meet-
it comes milestone.
If you meet our local requirements for being promoted to the next grade level, then you're
On you
promoted
go.
to the next grade level, you receive the remediation, and then you take the next required STAR exam.
Got it. Thank you. I
Thank
think
you.
I got it. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
Yala, Dr. Noyola has the last 5 policy updates.
So the next policy is policy FDE local regarding school safety transfers. And in actuality, this is not necessarily a focus on transfers, but it's actually a revision that amends the offenses of continuous sexual abuse of a young child or children to also include continuous sexual abuse of a disabled individual. And you'll notice when you look at this, that's really the only change that you see, that they added the words disabled individuals. All of those items that you see noted on this policy, A through G, are conditions under which a student could request a school transfer. And so they just added those words of disabled individual to include that particular population. So that is FDE local. We can move on EA local as well, which deals with attendance. And so as part of Senate Bill 289, Senate Bill 289 created an opportunity for a student to have an excused absence for one day to attend a learner license for one day or to go obtain their driver's license. And so this particular policy now includes that as an excused absence under which a student would be able to be out for a day to go get their driver's license, and it also speaks to identifying the submission of verification that that's what they went to do. So it just like we used to have a time when we were able to provide excused absences for them to go visit colleges and so forth. This one has added that learner's permit. A lot of DMV sites are just open during the day and not the evening. And so this allows children to be able to go without penalty to get that, and that's a one-time excused absence. And so that is policy FEA. We move on to policy FEC, which deals with attendance for credit. In particular, this one is looking at students that are absent due to serious or life-threatening illnesses and related. Now, most of the time when we have children that are absent, we have had attendance committees that come together. And when those attendance committees come together, they will typically have a student that has excessive absences make up that time, right? So they will come in extra number of days and so forth. This particular policy is saying you don't have to have them do that if ultimately they are showing success in the content and success in the course, right? Typically, our students will lose credit if they are absent for 90% of the time. That's just a standard that the state has, that you lose credit when you have absences in excess of that 90%. And so now it was time for them to make up that. So they're talking in particular about these students that have life-threatening illnesses and so forth, and saying you don't have to make them make up all that time if they are still doing well academically and are being successful. And so in essence, that's what policy FEC does. It provides that exception and then provides a little bit of guidance under what that can look like. And so that's policy FEC. If we move on to policy FFG. So policy FFG deals with student welfare, child abuse and neglect. The recommended revisions to this local policy adds the word reasonable cause to believe. And so we've always had a standard of reporting child abuse and neglect that said if we had cause to believe that there was some type of child abuse or neglect happening, that we were obligated to report. I think so in this one, they've clarified in essence what cause to believe means, and it basically says it has to be reasonable. So just trying to create a little bit of further clarity around under what conditions do you report child abuse situations.
So, Dr. Reiniger, okay?
Yes, please.
So, Dr. Noyola, that would mean if the emphasis is on reasonable, the teacher in a classroom that noticed a problem would not necessarily have to have any evidence of that, just that it looks
Correct.
reasonable to be concerned.
Correct.
Okay.
And so, I think we've continued to use that standard for a long time, that
Okay.
as long as we have a viable concern or reason to have a concern, in fact, I think we always err on the side of the child and making sure that if there's anything that seems to be a reasonable concern, that our people act on that. And so I don't necessarily think that the addition of this word really changes anything for us in terms of how we operate our classrooms with regard to child abuse and neglect. Policy FL, which is dealing with student records. So this one is just replacing some terminology and language regarding things like grade placement committees, which are now referred to as accelerated learning committees. And so going back to what Dr. Villarreal spoke about, where it's no longer about grade placement and do we promote the child and not, and subsequent testings. All of those things are changing to where it's about acceleration and how do we remediate these children that are having academic issues. And so this particular policy, the revisions are just about bringing clarity, but they don't necessarily change anything in how we handle student records moving forward. And those are all of our policies. Deb, anything further?
No, ma'am, nothing further, and thank you.
So we should be bringing these policies later this evening at our regular board meeting under first reading. Then we'll come back again next month and bring these forward for second reading. Right. And that is it.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other business to come before this committee, we stand adjourned.
This is yours? Oh, yeah, it is mine.
Hiding it.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome for coming. Excited that we have a full house here this evening. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is June 14th, 2022, and it is 6:43. We do have a quorum. We have every single one in the audience except for our board president, Dr. Bobby Muniz. He is unable to attend, and so since he's not in, since being the vice president, I'm going to go ahead and take the helm this evening. We're going to go ahead and start with a moment's silence. So if you might bow your head, please. Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Shane, is there anybody that is going to help us lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ms. Parker is going to be introducing our pledge leader tonight.
Good evening, Ms. Parker.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President, board members, Dr. Nuyola, administration, and audience. Tonight's pledge will be led by Ariana Valdez. Ariana was in the 3rd grade at Dishman Elementary this year. She is part of the nationally recognized Dishman Elementary Dynamos chess team. Ariana is joining us this evening alongside her team, sponsors, and campus leaders. You will hear more about their national success later on in this meeting. Ariana is joined tonight by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Valdez, and sisters Elena and Alyssa. Ladies and gentlemen, Ariana Valdez.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. That was perfect. Let's give her another round of applause, please. And I noticed you were showcasing that medal there. I saw it when you came up and going back down. Next, we're going to do the awards and recognition. We're really excited about this next one. It's recognition of Jerry Fleury for her service as board president for the 2021 and 2022 school year. So without further ado, Dr. Nuyola.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. So we reorganized our board last month, and so we did not have an opportunity to recognize Mrs. Fleury. She was out of town at the time. But we knew that we needed to spend some time in recognizing her for her leadership this past year. One of her biggest qualities, and we often talk about the role that she plays as our cheerleader in terms of the positivity that she always speaks about when she references our school district, our students. But more so than that, she brings a level of calmness and grace through any type of situation, and certainly the last few years have been tumultuous times, but as a board president, that calm and grace throughout this entire time has been invaluable to our district. But not just this year. It's Ms. Fleury, this is your 26th year with the Hcisd Board of Trustees, and that historical knowledge, which is such a critical piece to maintaining our momentum as a school district and being able to guide us throughout these times has been invaluable, so I thank you for that. Ms. Fleury has been a board member since 1996 and is a Leadership TASB graduate. And so what a Leadership TASB graduate for our audience basically is she goes through extensive training from the state on what it means to be a board member, what does that role look like? And so she has used all of that knowledge over the years of service that she has brought to this district. She has led our district through 2 school bonds as well as a tax ratification election. Mrs. Fleurier is a Harlingen High School graduate. In fact, for those of you that don't know, she was the class president during her senior year. She has served on TASB's Risk Management Board for 15 years and was a member of the TASB Board of Directors, as well as a former elementary school teacher. And so she often refers to her knowledge and her experience in elementary schools. I think that's one of her favorite places to visit as she goes and sees our students. She's a longtime volunteer and is one of the original founders of the Harlingen Area Education Foundation. She was part of the team that created the graduation celebration and has had a tremendous hand in bringing the college and career resource rooms to our district. In 2019, she was part of the team that was recognized as Board of the Year by the Texas Association of School Administrators. She continues to be a huge champion for the fine arts. She is part of the board that received the 32nd Kennedy Center and National School Board Association Award in 2021 for the outstanding support of arts and education. She has been a pivotal member of our journey here in HCISD. We often refer to her as the queen of the board. And tonight, Mrs. Fleurier, we thank you for all that you have done for our school district, the leadership that you continue to display. And so we'd like to recognize you, since you had to let go of the gavel this past year. We would like to recognize your service by giving you your own little gavel that you can take home, but just in recognition of your service to our students and our community of HCISD. Thank you so much. We can give her a round of applause, please. Mrs. Fleury, if you can come this way. I think we have Roland ready with a camera.
Board members, would y'all like to say a few words? I guess we can start with Eladio.
I'll start. I'll keep it brief, but, just want to pretty much everything Dr. Yola spoke of Ms. Fleury. She's definitely a champion. A while back, we had a team of 8 training where we had to use words, come up with words to describe each other. And one of the words that I came up with, Jerry, was worldly. She just knows a lot about everything. And I say that because her and I, in the last few years, we're colleagues, but we've developed a friendship that I really cherish, because we have some really in-depth conversations about everything: politics, life, religion, anything. Jerry has become a really good friend of mine, and she's a friend of the school districts, of everybody in this room. And I just want to thank you for your term as president, and for your guidance, for your leadership, and for your mentorship at times. So thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'll make it brief. I ditto everything that Eladio said. Madam ex-president, I guess, are we still doing the Greg Powers, past president? I mean, in all seriousness, Jerry, you are just a consummate professional. You just fill the room with wisdom, but also happiness, and you're just somebody that always brings your heart, mind, and soul to everything you do. And I think the most important, even though you're brilliant and you're eloquent more than anyone on this board, but your heart is always in the right place, and you always lead us in the right direction in that regard. And so we just thank you for your professionalism, but you're just such a stateswoman, and really just above board in every and above reproach in every respect. Everything you do is just with the good intentions, and you always take us to a higher level. So it's been an honor to serve with you as another time as president, but you've done a great job, and we really, really, really love serving with you. And so you are our queen. So we love you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak as well. So for the audience, one of the beautiful things about HCISD board is the way we rotate leadership positions every year. And so this is, standard practice and standard, easy, appropriate transition. But it gives us the opportunity to recognize that during that year, each president has has a personality and an emphasis that they bring to their leadership. And Ms. Fleurier truly is an amazing leader for this district, and as you've heard, has done so much over the years for us. And I'd like to just make 2 points, because I could go on for quite a while, and I think all of you wouldn't appreciate that, but I would fill it with very interesting points. But 2 things. One is, I always think of Mrs. Fleurier as just the perfect balance of recognizing the history and the roots of our change, the reasons we do things, the historical perspectives of that, but with this absolute contagious enthusiasm for transforming and innovating and making sure that all of the beautiful children in this room and throughout the district are getting the very best. And it's such a unique perspective that she brings to this board, and we're so fortunate as a community to have that. And then the other piece I just want to mention again briefly is just her consummate commitment to making sure that there's equity in our decisions. If we're going to do this for this school, we're going to make sure that the rest of them, if we're going to do this program, we've got to make sure this is for everyone. So there's this just drive to push us to make sure that everybody benefits, that all of our students benefit. So thank you, and it's been a pleasure and honor to serve with you.
The one thing that strikes me is how Jerry's heart, I think Nolan mentioned this, her heart has always been with this school district. There's probably nobody that I've seen serve on this board the last many, many years that really has the deep interest for the kids. I mean, she has no agenda except providing the very top education for the kids in this district. And she goes to all the campuses. She's probably one of the most informed people I've ever known. There isn't a principal, there isn't an administrator, a teacher that doesn't know her. She's always there to provide a helping hand. And she's a huge supporter. You know, we've won a lot of awards in the arts in the last several years with our band, with our drama, debate. And she has probably been the biggest advocate that I've ever seen in the district for those programs. And she's a big supporter of that. The Performing Arts Theater, she's been trying to get that for many, many years. And she is a true leader, and we are so fortunate to have you.
You know, Jerry, I can echo everything that all of my colleague boards said, but, you know, I started on the board in 2005. And when I first started, Lee Means, Verna Young, and Jerry Fleurier brought me in. We sat down in one of the rooms over here, and they talked about high expectations. They talked about the standard. They talked about the excellence of HCISD, and without that type of expertise, without that type of experience, this board and this district wouldn't have a smooth transition year in and year out. And so, you know, Dr. Reiniger, you know, said it when it's the high expectations. Jerry, you're one amazing individual, and, you know, your standard, your expectation, your expertise is something that is just invaluable. So thank you, and it's an honor to sit next to you every single time we have our board meetings and our workshops.
Thank you.
Dr. Nayola?
I think you've already spoken.
So, and I'll be brief because I think I talked a little bit about Mrs. Fleurier, but this last year, and so I came into my position back in January. And so at that time, Mr. Hcisd and then Ms. Fleurier came on board as board president. And so going through the pandemic and coming into the position of a superintendent in that first year, your support, your excitement, your positivity was something that was invaluable to me going through this process. The background that you would often provide, not just in the current situation, but just in the past, and really helping me to understand how we had arrived where we arrived over that period of time, and knowing the community and all of those pieces was just invaluable as we continue to move our school district forward. And I believe that a lot of the things that we accomplished even through the pandemic came through the support that you provided, not only to me, but this entire district. And so I will be forever indebted to you for your leadership during that time. So thank you so very much.
Thanks.
Jerry, I know you'd like to say a few words.
It's an extraordinary opportunity to reach a time in life where your colleagues are these people. This is an extraordinary group of individuals who each one in her or his own way is the top of their field. This is an unusual opportunity for the Harlingen School District to have a school board that is made up of such incredible people, individually and as a team, who each one would be someone any school district in America would run to have on their school board. So it warms my heart always to be with them, and my heart is overflowing tonight. So thank you very, very much. And thank you. I want to say one more thing to all of these precious children who are here tonight. We are so glad to see you, and we're just so excited that you're here with us. And I want to tell you a little secret, that I went to Austin Elementary School, where some of you might go. But I taught school for 1 year, first grade, at Long Elementary School, where a lot of you are from tonight. And what a gift that was. Every time my children would walk in, I would think, and sometimes I would say, I just don't know how you got to be so gorgeous and so beautiful and so wonderful. Because the students of this school district are. Every single one of the students of this school district means the world to every single one of us. That's why we're here. That's the only reason we're here. And we are so grateful for the opportunity to do everything that is within our power to do to support this incredible school district. You know, one other thing I would say is that I think that there are a few school districts who understand as clearly as this school district does what our roles are. And I believe, Dr. Noyola, that's a large part of our success. We know what the role of the board is, and we know what the role of administration is. And we work together as two really well-oiled teams. And so we merge into one. And I believe that this COVID year, with all of the tragedy that it brought to us, also brought us face to face with the realization that we are indeed in Hcisd a family. And I love our family. So thank you very much. You mean the world to me.
Thank you, Jerry. I'd say, how do we top that? But we can with the kids.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
So next is the recognition of the chess teams who competed at the U.S. Chess Federation National Championship. Dr. Verial and Ms. Parker, the floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Vice President, Dr. Noyola, board members, and audience. Our HCISD chess teams recently participated in their respective national tournaments. Tonight, we have the pleasure of honoring our 4 teams and 1 individual for their outstanding performances at the tournament. Unfortunately, I don't have that pleasure this evening. Ms. Parker does. So at this time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Melissa Parker, Director of Advanced Academics, who will have the honor of presenting our students.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. So, Mr. Vice President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, and audience, the following high school chess teams participated in the U.S. Chess Federation National High School Championships in Memphis, Tennessee on April 8th through 10th, 2022. Mr. De Leon and Dr. Noyola, will you please step down to award the students their certificates? The first team being honored this evening is from Harlingen Collegiate High. They played in the K-12 rated under 1600 division and placed 18th in the nation. Wow. The team members are 9th graders, Kylie Bello. And Isaac Ibarra. Tenth graders, Austin Kennedy. Also in 10th grade, Houston Kennedy. And also in 10th grade, Matias Mata. Would their sponsor, Joseph Uresti, and any administrators come forward along with the board to take a group photo of this team? The next team is from Harlingen School of Health Professions and played in the K-12 rated under 1600 division and placed 9th in the nation. Wow. Team members are 9th graders Emilio Rodriguez, also in 9th grade, Logan Tobias. I don't believe. 10th graders, Sarah Hernandez. And Brandon Delarius, also in 10th grade? No. 11th grade, Ty Ramirez. And the only senior in the group, Sebastian Rodriguez. With their sponsor, Jacob Ortiz, and the administration and also the board, come down for a group photo.
There you go. All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3.
I do want to make mention of one student who's not here this evening, but he played as an individual. He's from Harlingen High School. He was actually the #1 player in our Region 8 tournament, and he played in the K-12 under 1900 division and placed 33rd in the nation overall. So he is Chris Cantu. He's a 10th grader from Harlingen High School. We now continue the celebration by honoring our elementary teams who participated in the U.S. Chess Federation National Elementary Championships in Columbus, Ohio, May 13th through 15th, 2022. The first elementary team is from Long Elementary. And played in the K-5 rated under 900 division and placed 13th in the nation. We start with our 4th graders, Agustin Lopez. And another 4th grader, Ryan Ortiz. And now our 5th graders on the team, Birdie Alanis. Sofia Benavides. David Mendoza. And Javier Moore. Okay, if the rest of the board, sponsors, Alexander Limon and Dylan Zamora, and any administrators would please come for a group photo.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
The next elementary team is from Dishman Elementary. They played in the K-3 rated under 1,000 division and placed first, making them national champions. We have second graders, Javier Mendieta.
Not yet.
He said his name is
Xavier. I apologize. And our other second grader, Rosabel Mendoza. Our third graders, Matthew Garza. Santos Loera. Leila Perez. And rounding out the third grade group, Ariana Valdez.
I know. Nice jacket.
If the board and sponsors Peggy Reina, Victoria Garcia, and any administrators would come for a group photo. I do want to conclude by recognizing some very important leaders in our district chess program. We have our consultants that work with our students, that come in from the outside and work with our students. If y'all would stand, Manuel Gonzalez and Michael Rodriguez. We also have one of our chess coordinators here. We have two. Jenny Jimenez is with us. We also have Rodolfo Galvan. If Jenny would please stand. And students, please give this group a very, very big round of applause. Your parents, would you, of these students, would you please stand?
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Is there any board members that would like to make a couple of comments?
Just briefly, Mr. Vice President. I just want to say how proud we are of you. I know that you're very good students as well, and you reflect great credit on your family and this school district and this community. I do want to say, I don't know if you've done this before. I hope you have. You haven't. I know the coaches back here know, but UTRGV has an amazing chess team, and I hope that y'all at some point get to see them play some matches. Some of these folks are national champions, and they're just incredible. So maybe we have some national champions in the ranks here today. But I know in whatever you do, you're going to achieve great things because you're so dedicated, disciplined, and you're just amazing. We're so proud of you. We can't wait to see what you accomplish. Keep up the great work. And we look forward to future national champions at future board meetings. So thank you all so much. And the parents, I know, are just grinning from ear to ear with pride at your performance. But keep up the great work. Remember, you got to this point because you work hard, you dedicate yourself, you make great decisions. Keep doing those things, and you're going to accomplish great things in this life, and you're going to change this world for a better place. So thank you so much. Congratulations.
Mr. Powers?
Sure, Daniel?
Well, I just want to say how proud I am of you. We are also proud of you. I mean, think about this. This is not, with ninth and third and the different places. This isn't state ranking. This is national ranking. I mean, in the nation, you've competed with people all over the country in Ohio. And I just think it's just incredible. I want to congratulate Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Reyna, all the coaches who helped these kids. But this is an amazing program. I've been on the board, I guess, 12 years, and I think that's, Alicia, when did they start this? About 10 years ago? Or Ms. Davis, I ask you that. I think you all started 10 years ago. And I mean, it started from scratch. And here we are 10 years later, second graders winning national championship. I mean, this is just phenomenal, and just so proud of every one of you. And I hope you take Dr. Pettis up on his offer and go over and watch some of those other people, because you might even teach them a few things. So congratulations.
Mr. Jimenez?
I just want to reiterate what they said. We're super proud of you guys, super proud. I know that not just the students, but the families that are here, some of these families I've known for a long time, they've dedicated time and effort and just sacrificed a lot. So to the parents being our partners and everything that we do here at HCISD, I want to thank you all personally, because I know everything that you all do for your kids, for these students. And to the students, you guys set the bar high, but that's a good thing, right? And the next year, you're the ones to beat. You're the ones that are going to get out there, and they're going to be looking at you guys as these are the guys that they play chess and they come here to win. And so we are very proud of you, and congratulations again.
Jerry?
You know, it is just such an exciting part of all of our meetings to be able to honor you all. I want to tell you that in May, we spent 2.5 hours honoring students in this district. It was just so thrilling. But I don't think it was any more thrilling ever in this room than to be doing what we are doing tonight. Because, wow, can you imagine what you all have done? You have put Harlingen on the map, not just for the Rio Grande Valley, yes, check plus there, not just for the state of Texas, check plus there, but for the entire United States of America. You have put Harlingen on the map. So congratulations and thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I would like to add one thing if I could, Mr. Leon, please, and to the comments that my other fellow board members have made. You know, this is a dream that has come true. And there have been so many dreams that have come true in this district. Mr. Stubhart and I were just remembering with robotics starting as a dream, with chess starting as a dream, with, yes, moving forward with our Performing Arts Center started as a dream. Our speech drama debate started as a dream. So many of our programs, Army ROTC and the military programs started as dreams in this district. But what Harlingen does differently is we don't stop with the dream. Then we plan it. Then we strategize. And then we learn and practice. And what happens is it always results in extraordinary success. So thank you, parents. Thank you so much for your inspiration and for your encouragement. Thank you so much to our principals and our teachers and our coaches, oh my goodness. But especially thank you to our students. Thank you so much. You worked really hard for this, and you deserve every award. So congratulations. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Rock star chess champion. Stand up one more time to get an applause from everyone. Great job, everyone. We're super proud of each and every single one of you. Keep up the great work and keep making HCISD proud. Thank you, guys. Y'all may be seated. Next, we have a recognition of the military enlistees, and that is with Dr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal, you have the floor.
Once again, good evening, Mr. Vice President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Noyola, Administration, and audience. Tonight, we are recognizing students from Harlingen High School and Harlingen High School South for their decision to join the United States military. After making their mark at HCISD, these students are embarking on the next chapter of their lives with a sense of duty and service. The significance of this decision does not go unnoticed, as it will undoubtedly be a challenging, rewarding, and exciting experience for each of them. Tonight, we thank and honor these young men and women for their commitment to the most honorable pursuit. Mr. Vice President, Dr. Noyola, will you all please come forward for a photo with these outstanding HCISD Class of 2022 graduates. Students, as I call your name, please come forward for a photo. We will first begin with students from Harlingen High School. Joining the United States Air Force, Natalie Danielle Gonzalez. Joining the United States Army, Jose Antonio Martinez, Jr. Also joining the United States Army, Matthew David Medell. And also joining the U.S. Army, Miranda Catherine Pavon. We now move on to the United States Marine Corps. We have Lucas Alexander Armijo. He already left to boot camp, but we do have his proud family here to receive their certificate on his behalf. So please come forward. Also joining the United States Marine Corps, Richard Casas Jr. We also have Luis Mario de la Garza. Matthew Ray Elizondo. Michael Christian Escobar. Raimundo Flores. Josué Obed Landaverde. Nathaniel Jacob Schoonover. John Ray Tijerina. And Joshua Jesus Torres. And our last student from Harlingen High is joining the United States Navy, and that is Leonardo Hinojosa. At this time, we would like to take a picture with our school board members, if you could just make your way down, with our students from Harlingen High School, as well as any military recruiters and ROTC teachers. Please join us up here for a picture as well. Yeah, go for it. Come on forward, sir. Here, we got it for you.
Here we go. Yes. Ready? 1, 2, 1 second. Right there, you're perfect. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Time 1, 2, and 3.
Parents, feel free if you want to come forward, by all means. All right, how about another round of applause for our Enlistees from Harlingen High School. And now we'll move on to our Enlistees from Harlingen High School South. Joining the United States Air Force, Michael Angel de la Cruz. Joining the United States Army, Agustin Ezequiel Hernandez. Also joining the United States Army, Adrian Castillo. The following 3 students will be joining the United States Marine Corps: Martin Nathaniel Villafranca, Daniela Maximo, And by the way, she was also our state champion powerlifter. Francisco Aaron Basaldúa.
What branch are you? What branch? Marines, awesome. I took care of the Marines when I was in Navy.
And the following 3 students will be joining the United States Navy. Eugenia Lorene Cuba. Jennifer Dana. And Randy O'Neill Schneider. At this time, board members, if you'd also join us up front, as well as any military recruiters and ROTC teachers out there, please make your way to the front for a picture.
You want to close it? Yeah. You want to close it? Yeah. Just because I have. There you go. You're good. Yes. All right. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right. 1, 2, 3.
One final applause for our wonderful students from Harlingen High School South.
Mr. Vice President, if I could, before they leave, I don't know, just a couple of comments if you don't mind. So I just want to thank all of y'all for your willingness to serve this great country, and you know, we benefit from the blanket of freedom that you're going to provide us with, and we thank you for that, and we pray for you, pray for your safety, pray for your families, that you'll always be safe wherever you are serving, and we thank you for your service, for keeping us safe. One thing I have to tell you is you're going to have a lot of opportunities to serve in the military, a lot of opportunities to really develop your leadership skills, opportunities to further your education, opportunities to become a better servant leader, opportunities to become a better teammate, to work in a team, right? And I think you're going to appreciate that the most amazing things you're going to accomplish in your lifetime is not what you accomplish as an individual. It's going to be what you accomplish working in a team. And when you do that and you benefit from those things, from education, learning how to work in a team, service, you're going to have so many opportunities when you come out of the military, whenever that is, 4 years, 6 years. I served 4 years. That's it. But and I don't, whatever your rate is, or MOS is probably a term you guys use more than rate these days. I was a Navy guy, so. But I can tell you that you are going to have unlimited opportunities should you choose to take advantage of them. So don't look at this as just sort of a, you are just opening all kinds of doors. And when you come out with the skill sets and the knowledge that you have, you're also going to have that badge of service, badge of leadership, becoming a leader, badge of someone they know, whoever wants to hire you or wants to accept you into professional school coming out of the military, they're going to know that gal or that guy can work in a team. I want that person on our team. And so just know that going in, you have a lot of opportunities, but more than anything else, we pray for your safety and we thank you for your service. So God bless you and best of luck to you in your endeavors.
If I could just add one thing, and thank you, Nolan, that was so beautifully stated. And as a Chapter 2 to what Dr. Pettis just said, I would like to tell you about a 1961 graduate of Harlingen High School who, like you, perhaps did not have any idea what lay ahead of him when he graduated in 1961 and went into the United States Navy. He became the second youngest admiral ever admitted to the Navy at the time he went in. And to this day, he would agree with what Dr. Pettis said. It was absolutely the world's finest training ground for him to develop as an individual who could serve effectively on a team and became the leader of the great teams of America, working with Colin Powell in the Department of Defense. He had no idea when he graduated that that would be what would happen to his life. But it happened to Ed Allen, and it can happen to you too. So we're super proud of you. We love you, and you will be in our hearts and prayers. But just be careful, because the world is getting ready to open up for you. Have a wonderful time.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes, sir.
And I can't say anything better than them. I just want to thank you all for your service and let you know that I'll be praying for you guys and your families. Thank you for your service as well. Thank you.
Doctor?
Just a brief comment, mostly of admiration. Thank you for your choice. Thank you for the opportunities that you saw in this and that you grabbed a hold of and you're going to take advantage of. I come from a military family. My father was enlisted in the Marine Corps and then also did Air Force Reserves for his career, for his entire career. And I have the benefit of seeing that as a child and as an adult, watching the experiences, the opportunities, and I know he would just be so encouraging of you to just take advantage of everything, see the world, meet people, look for opportunities. And so it makes me so proud to see the next generation and your choices. And we know we're in good hands because of you. So thank you, and God bless you.
Fearless leaders, God bless each and every single one of you, and we're behind you, and we're praying for you every single day. Thank you for being here, and you deserve every single round of applause that you've received. Thank you. Next, we're going to go through approval of minutes. Is there a motion on the floor for May 10th, 2022, the regular board meeting?
So moved.
There's a motion by Mr. Jimenez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next is May 17th, 2022 special board meeting. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, I move approval of the May 17, 2022 special board meeting minutes.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Reiniger. Is there a second?
I said,
Second by Jerry Fleury. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have the public comments for agenda topics. I believe we have one.
Mr. Vice President, there are two requests for public comments as such. We have, first of all, Dr. Israel Aguilar wanting to address item 6D, and the second request is from Lorraine Galarza. She's wanting to address item 10A.
Okay, it was Dr. Aguilar, and who was the second one? I'm sorry?
Lorraine Galarza.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, if y'all would bear with me, there's something I'm needing to read. So the next item on the agenda is the public comments for agenda topics to address the Board of Trustees. While meetings are being held virtually during the suspension of the Open Meetings Act due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our tentative methods of communicating with the Board of Trustees are in place. Public comments related to topics on this meeting will be handled by email. These emails will be read by the administrator or employee of the district to the board. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comments regarding agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during public comments regarding agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the agenda items as they want it to be discussed. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If more than 10 speakers, which is not in this case, are signed up to speak on the same agenda item, then all additional speakers on that item will be limited to 2 minutes. Speakers are limited to the items listed on the sign-up sheet. Complaints and concerns for which other resolution channels are provided shall be referred to use of those channels. These complaints include employee and officer complaints, termination of employment, student complaints, comments about students that are not the child of the speaker, removal to alternative education program, and/or expulsion. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Yelling, inappropriate, or uncivil or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school's district's formal grievance procedures or to have that item heard in executive session, depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board solution to a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance procedure, which can be found outlined and include the policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. Grievances forms will be obtained at any campus administrator's office or in the central office. Thank you, and the first speaker will be Dr. Aguilar. Aguilar, would you please come to the front? And I believe Ms. Scoggins, do you want to go ahead and put the timer for 2 minutes so that he has? No, but you have 3 minutes total.
Yeah, 3 minutes for him.
Okay, but you wanted, Dr. Aguilar, would you like 2 minutes and then the last minute so you know how to wrap up, or would you just like it at 3 minutes?
It's fine with 2.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, good evening, everyone. Israel Aguilar, I'm very excited to be here today to talk about this particular topic. So when I looked at 6D, I believe, in the agenda item for today, I'm going to be very honest with you all. I was very shocked. I asked that you table that until you have probably done a little bit more research on the amount of money that is being requested to be reallocated. As an educator myself, as a taxpayer, and as a parent, I have to be very honest, I'm quite shocked that the amount of money and the reasons outlined in the particular documents that are found or are going to be filed or by your office, Julio, given the fact that you have more pressing matters, for example, the establishment of an Hcisd police department. When I come in here today and I see the security guard over here, in here, that's good. And I almost am a bit in shock that we don't have that same level of security at all the schools. So when I see the agenda item that we're going to reallocate money from food services for salaries, I hope it's for the salaries of additional certified police officers for every single campus in this school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next is Ms., I'm sorry, Galarza? Galarza. Would you like to come to the front? I didn't mean to chop your name, I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and ask you the same. You have up to 3 minutes. Would you like to be at 2 minutes and then you have 1 minute to wrap up, or do you want it at 3 minutes?
At 3 is fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. And my name is, again, Lorraine Galarza, and I'm a grandparent here at the Harlingen School District. And I'm here because I'm also very, I should say the word not shocked, but disappointed We had a town hall meeting on Saturday into which none of you presented yourself. But again, I am here because I actually went out, I observed the schools, and I'm talking about the safety and security of the children. And I actually had a conversation with Dr. Noyola to where I had observed that they did not have sufficient security at the school, and the one I'm talking about in particular is Bonham. I also went to other schools as well here at the school district just to kind of monitor what was going on and so forth. And I even interviewed the staff that you all have as security, and that particular staff was telling me that she used to be a custodian and that she wasn't certified or didn't even know how to handle any kind of a situation or a crisis situation. And I hear a lot of words here tonight about love you, I wish you the best. We wish the best for all our children. And I want the same. But I'm here to hold you all accountable because we're very blessed tonight to have these children and have them do these presentations. And all that is fine and dandy. But the priority here is the children. And I am shocked to know that you all have been here this many years. I just don't understand that. But I also, again, want to make sure, as a concerned citizen, grandparent, and taxpayer, that you all pay attention. And I hope that you are allocating the funds in making sure that our schools have the security that needs to be there for our children. I mean, you see it on the media. Like you said, Mrs. Fleury, HCISD is the best. Well, we're not going to be the best too long when something happens here and we don't have the security and the safety of our children. And that's it. I have no further comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Denise, was that it? It was two?
Only two for that item.
Okay. Next, we have the public audience of non-agenda item topics.
Mr. Vice President, there are 3 requests for a public audience as such. The first one is Dr. Israel Aguilar. Topic to be discussed is safety and security. The second is Josue Josh Garza. Topic is safety and security. And the third is Lorraine Galarza. Topic is safety and security.
Thank you, Denise. Again, I'm going to need to read some statements, so please bear with us. The next item on the agenda is the public audience for non-agenda topics, which is the same for the members of the audience to address to the Board of Trustees. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public audience for non-agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during the public audience for non-agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the non-agenda subjects as they wish them to be discussed. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If a group of people want to be heard at the same topic, the board asks that they designate a spokesperson to avoid needless repetition. The board shall allot no more than 30 minutes for speakers on items not on today's agenda. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event of your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures or to have the item heard in executive session, depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board resolution on a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance procedure, which can be found online and include policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration office. Thank you, and our first speaker will be Dr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, thank you. So again, I want to talk a little bit about this. Well, first of all, how much time do I have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, thank you. So about 3 weeks ago, I had the privilege to meet with Mr. Danny Castillo, who's in the room. I have the utmost respect for this gentleman, given his experience and knowledge regarding safety and the law. However, when I met with him, it was incumbent upon me to hold a town hall meeting because it was quite apparent that that wasn't going to be done on the end of the district. That's no fault of his own, but as an educator, as a parent, and as a taxpayer, I'm very concerned about this issue. And so I took it upon myself to facilitate a town hall meeting, which nobody needs an invitation to go to, even though I did email it to the school district. Given the events of yesterday, or was it the day before, that happened in Duncanville ISD, where a would-be shooter was caught and killed before he could hurt any students, given again the fact that we have no armed security at all the schools within this school district, some of the topics and concerns that we had, not only myself, but other members of the community, were that we need the HCISD school police department. It isn't enough to have a partnership. That is quite clear. Now, that was just some of the issues discussed. We also discussed bullying, character development, training, amongst suicide in the school district. These are things that are real, and we ask that you either allocate funding or you engage the community with what solutions are still out there. Because this is not a matter of anymore of if, right? It's a when. I'm not going to read all of the minutes from the meeting, but I'm going to expect for somebody from the school district to contact me and hold a meeting so that I can explain what was said, because that's the only reason why we held the meeting, was to give it to the stakeholders. This is not, I don't get anything from holding it. I mean, I wanted to share it, but part of it is a process, and I wanted to come here today to invite you to have the ball in your court, and I'll be ready, because that's all I care about is the education of our children in this school system. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Doc. Next, we'll have Mr. Garza. Mr. Garza, it's the same 3 minutes. Would you like 2 minutes and then one, or do you want to just?
I'll do the complete 3 minutes.
You got it.
Yes. So, hello everyone. Sorry, I'm a short guy, so. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josh. I'm a social worker and I'm an advocate. Recently, I attended the town hall meeting, but I've been listening to the community, and some of the things that I've been hearing is that the district has been wanting to request a police force, has been wanting to request some of the officers from HPD to have their own little police force. Well, I've been researching, I've been talking to friends and other family members that live in other districts around the valley, and I found out that La Joya ISD has their own little police force that's not incorporated with the police department. They have their own district police, which consists of 22 armed police officers. Now, we can find many other ways, and we could use fundings that don't quite save money here and there to fund our own police officers. The reason being is that our own PD here in Harlingen is very small, and we have so many schools around our 4 cities that surround HCIC that we can't have an officer from our own city taking care of all of these schools. So I posted this earlier on my Facebook page, but Harlingen HCIC is La Joya ISB, being a smaller city with less funds, can be able to have a 22 armed district police department. So can we. I'm not only speaking on behalf of, one or two people or the people from the town hall that I attend, but I'm speaking on behalf of all, if we can find ways to save money, to have our own little police force for the district, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Next, we'll have Ms. Galarza. If you'd like to come up to the front, please. And you will have the same 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody. Reiterating on what Mr. Garza was saying in reference to, again, the safety and security. And clearly, you know my concerns as I voiced them a little bit ago. I do feel that we do need some kind of our own police department. And saving money or moving money, I'm sure we have the money. I know that we do. I mean, why aren't we doing that? That's my question. Again, very concerning. Other school districts like San Benito, who did show up to our town hall meeting, somebody who doesn't even live in this town, came and gave us advice. I mean, maybe it's time that we start visiting the schools regularly and seeing and talking to the kids, seeing what's needed. I'm pretty sure they're scared. I know I've talked to my kids, and they're frightened. Again, we talk about caring and loving. I mean, again, actions speak louder than words, ladies and gentlemen. And, I myself invited the constables as well, because as you all know, Greg Abbott has given a directive order to the TEA for all the school boards to have this in place before the school starts again. And we've been reading it. Again, the constables as well didn't show up. I also invited the sheriff's office. They didn't show up. I went to the Harlingen City Hall. They didn't show up. And I mean from the mayor to everybody. Strike that. Correction. One commissioner went, Frank Morales. And he heard the voices and concerns of these parents. And I'm pleading with you. I don't want to be here again. Do what you school board members are supposed to do. Take care of the priorities. And I really appreciate it. I appreciate everything you do, but sometimes we don't see everything because we're not in the school. We're not seeing what the kids are seeing. All I have to say is, if you were concerned or couldn't come to the town hall meeting or can't go somewhere as a professional, reach out and say, I will not be able to attend, or at least follow up. But again, thank you all for your time, and we will be here if we need to again. And next time, I will bring more parents with me. But thank you.
Dr. Aguilar, Mr. Garza, and Ms. Galarza, thank you for your concerns and for your public comments this evening. Next, we have the approval of the consent calendar. Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. Vice President, move approval of the consent calendar as presented.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Perez. Second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next is matters relating to transformation and school support. That's Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee report from our very own Superintendent, Dr. Noyola.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. So last Tuesday, we had our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting. At that meeting, we had one topic just simply focused on curriculum and instruction and speaking to our strategic plan as we move forward in how we will address our students. As part of that presentation, Mrs. Lori Romero came forward and introduced the topic about our instructional strategic plan. So as we look to the next number of years moving forward, we have taken our teaching and learning and set about creating a strategic plan on how we will accomplish all that we want to accomplish for our students. In particular, we had a conversation around the gaps that our students obviously have returned with, but more importantly, just how we transform instruction. And so in that presentation, we talked about our teaching and learning framework that we established back in 2016. And at that time, the framework was really designed around helping our teachers with planning, in particular because at that time we were bringing in the T-test teacher assessment, and so we wanted to make sure that we were supporting them in how they were planning the delivery instruction. But as we move forward, we have brought together a strategic plan that is built around 5 core areas, one of those being data analysis and how we use data to guide our instruction, how we personalize learning, how we bring student agency to the work so that our students have choice within what they are learning, and then continuing to build on the focus on the building of relationships and the implementation of rigor into all the work that we do. We have we discussed moving our district towards a blended learning district. These cornerstones that I talked about before are just cornerstones of blended learning, and as the board has heard often and many times through presentations, as we've had in particular Bowie Elementary come forward and talk about the amount of gains that we have seen through the implementation of this program. As we move forward, we will be implementing these cornerstones, and so we will start with 2 this coming year and ensuring that we are training all of our staff in order to be able to implement this. But the ultimate goal is that this will apply at all grade levels across our entire district. I'm super excited with the progress that we have seen thus far with the districts that we have implemented. And so as we move forward, I'm super excited where we will be in a few years as we start this implementation across our entire district. Dr. Muniz chairs our Transforming Teaching and Learning. He's not with us here tonight, but Dr. Reiniger and Dr. Bettis are also part of our Transforming Teaching and Learning, and so I'll turn it over to either one of you for any additional comments.
Thanks. Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, every Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting is really exciting. And this one was no less than that. It's truly a remarkable plan that was presented. The efforts for a responsible rollout are all in place, and the pilot of this, exemplified by the gains that we saw with Bowie Elementary, which are unlike really anything you see, because they were so significant, so large, is just impressive. And so exactly what Dr. Noyola referred to, this just, it's going to be amazing what our district will look like in just a few years as this continues. And we'll be able to document it and track it and share it with the world, because it really is a very unique opportunity, but it's going to benefit our children tremendously. And I think, and our teachers, the way that teachers talked about it and the administrators, they're behind it. So win-win-win. Congratulations.
Thank you, Doc. Next on the agenda is matters relating to business services. The internal audit quarterly report from Nina Garcia. We expect a 20-minute presentation, Ms. Garcia.
With PowerPoint.
Good evening, Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Noyola, Senior Team Administration, and audience. The Policy Audit Committee and I met earlier today and heard the following 8 audit reports. Special Activity Fund audits on Sam Houston Elementary, Jefferson Elementary, and Stewart Place Elementary. Audit of maintenance truck inventories. Audit of the teacher and bus driver attendance incentive program. Audit of school bus driver credentials. Audit of time and effort documentation, and an audit of bank reconciliations. These reports were discussed in detail with the audit committee, and I am here to answer any questions you may have, unless our committee chair would like to elaborate on what we discussed.
I would like to elaborate and thank you for the thoroughness of the reports and assure my fellow board members we have a well-oiled machine. HCISD and the reports indicate that all is well. And I just want to congratulate Dr. Nayola and the senior team and the leaders of these respective entities, organizations, efforts. Really, really impressive lack of findings, shall I say. And so thank you to all for the good work. It doesn't happen by chance.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Any other board members have any questions on the internal? If not, Ms. Garcia, thank you very much for your hard work and dedication and the type of position you all have. It's very meticulous of what you do and how you have to do that. So thank you for all that hard work for them.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is a consideration for rejection of bids for the Harlingen CISD Performing Arts Lightning Upgrades. Mr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Mr. De Leon, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 8B is rejection of the bids for the lighting upgrades at the PAC. The bids came in way over budget, and we're recommending to reject the bid. The budget was $180,000. The low bid came in at about $399,000, so we're recommending to reject all bids.
Mr. Vice President, I make a motion to reject all the bids for the Harlingen CISD Performing Arts Center.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Jimenez. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Second by, who seconded? Dr. Pettis? Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
If not, any unopposed? Okay, motion passes to reject the bids for Harlingen Performing Arts Center lighting upgrades. Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Next is consideration for award renewal of student athletic UIL activities, catastrophic and student voluntary accidental coverage for the 2022-2023 school year, the RFP. Mr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Mr. De Leon, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 8C is consideration and approval for student athletic insurance. We're recommending to renew with Alamo Insurance Group at a cost of $256,347. There is no increase from last year, and we did bid this item last year. We're recommending approval.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. President, I move approval as presented.
There's a motion on the floor by Ms. Fleurier,
Second?
second by Dr. Reinecker. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cavazos. Next is consideration for award renewal did I already say that one? Yes.
Let's approve it.
Next. Next is matters relating to human services, consideration,
No, D.
oh, I'm sorry.
D.
Consideration for approval of recommended revisions to local policy CH on first reading. Mr. Cavazos?
Thank you, Mr. Leon, Dr. Neola, and board members. Agenda item 8D is consideration and approval of recommended revisions to policy CH local purchasing and acquisitions. We're adding some language on our professional consultant services into our policy. We are including in our policy that the contracts cannot exceed 5 years with professionals and consultants, such as attorneys, external auditors, financial advisors, architects, and other professionals. We would have to solicit requests for qualifications at least once every 5 years. We did discuss this at the policy committee meeting earlier. Dr. Reiniger did chair the committee. I can hand it over to her.
Thank you. Yes. So as presented, the recommendations are that that at 5 years that we would acquire the documentation from any contractor, and it can be reviewed, and that contractor could be renewed again for additional time frame, but every 5 years we have to renew and look at the documentation. So it seemed very appropriate.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve the recommended revisions to local policy CH on first reading as presented.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Pettis, second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next, matters relating to human services, Consideration for approval of recommended revisions to policy update 118 on first reading. Ms. Scoggan?
Thank you, and good evening, Vice President, Mr. De Leon, Dr. Noyola, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Policy Update 118 includes 12 policy revisions regarding activity funds management, cybersecurity, personnel, basic instructional program, special programs, academic achievement, admissions, attendance, student welfare, and student records. Administration recommends approval of Policy Update 118 on first reading.
Thank you, Ms. Scoggan. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move approval of the recommended revisions to Policy Update 118 on first reading.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Reiniger. A second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next is matters relating to district operation, facilities and safety committee report. Mr. Tapia.
Chairman De Leon, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. On June 7th, we had a facilities committee meeting. First item that we discussed was the Hcisd school safety report. Mr. Danny Castillo, the district's Director of Emergency Management and School Safety, presented an overview of the district's school safety plan. Items for discussion included district security layers, Stop the Bleed program, standard response protocols, rapid drill manager systems, school resource officers and the security officers, handle with care, stop it apps, Hcisd safe and supportive schools, and school security safety audits. The district school safety committee was also present. This group includes local law enforcement officials, Cameron County Division of Emergency Management, and some community members and school district administrators. The district will also be reconvening the school safety design team, which was established several years ago back in 2018, to look at safety initiatives for the district, and will be reporting regularly to the Facilities and Safety Committee meetings. This committee will be reviewing best practices relating to school safety, and will certainly look into some of the initiatives that were brought up earlier today for school safety. On the ESSER funding projects, I gave an update on the chillers and rooftops that have been delivered and installed at Liming, Zavala, Austin, and Rodriguez is scheduled for July 5th, as well as some other units that will be coming in later in summer. Gave an update on the Phase 3 roof and doors and windows that Megamorphosis and Janak Architects are working on. They've done a lot of field work. They're working on the drawings to prepare for bidding out the project in a couple of months. The TRE program gave an update on the Early Childhood Center with the progress of the construction. They're already digging the foundations for the restroom additions, interior work, and the office, library, restroom areas. And we also discussed a change order to add to the contract for an additional restroom that services 2 classrooms for a couple of pre-K rooms, and the amount of $215,372, and that's later on your agenda for consideration. Culinary Arts Academy over here at the Administration Annex, which is the old memorial school. The old kitchen's being converted into a culinary arts program, so we're doing some design work there, as well as Zavala Elementary is having some work to its kitchen and needs some major plumbing line upgrades, flooring, painting, new grease trap, and other a new cooler freezer as well. That one we're already advertising, and we should target your July 12th board meeting for award. The marquees, I gave an update on the progress of the production and the schedule that the company has given us, and they'll start boring for the footings and the electrical work starting next week. First responders project was the old Hawkins building that we bought. We're going to be doing a fire responders academy there, and we've already awarded the project to G&G Construction. Notice proceed's been issued, building permits have been picked up, so we're having a pre-construction next week so we can start construction there as well. The fire alarm intercom bids was rejected at the last board meeting for $1.1 million. It was way over budget. We had a budget of $250,000, so we'll be re-strategizing how to best approach those bids. We're already meeting with the engineer what we can do differently. Performing arts lighting upgrades, we just rejected the bids on those. Also, all these bids are coming in 2 to 2.5 times higher. So we're going to have to do something more creative to buy the equipment ourselves and then go directly to subs to get prices to install. And we're also doing a parking lot upgrades at Wilson Elementary to overlay their parking lots, as well as a couple of playground areas at a couple of elementary schools. And we're doing some Lamar lighting LED upgrades, all the classrooms and hallways that we're doing in-house.
with a contractor. And we're also going to be doing some work at the Early Childhood Academy to install LED lights there as well. And I talked about the 2 change orders already at Early Childhood Academy and Marquee projects. I gave that in a lot of detail on that item. And Julio Cavazos gave a construction funds financial report. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Greg Powers for any other comments he may have.
I want to call particular attention to the HCISD school safety report that we had by Danny Castillo and the safety group. This is a committee that was started several years ago, and it includes our police chief, designated members from our Harlingen police force. They meet regularly at the Cameron County Emergency Center. School administrators and other local law enforcement people are all involved in this committee. This was an extremely informative meeting. Danny, I want to compliment you because I thought it was a very productive and as I said, a very informative as to where we are. I mean, some of the topics that were discussed were the district safety layers, the standard response protocol, rapid drill management system, the Handle with Care, Stop It app, school response, school resource officers, and our security officers. It was a very detailed report and a meeting, and I thought it was extremely informative. One thing I want to point out too is that this committee is planning to meet regularly, and will be advising the board on updates of recommendations and protocols that they want to see implemented. So again, thank you for that report, and I'm sorry that any other people weren't present to have the benefit of what's really going on. The ESSER projects, again, that is a blessing to this district, and I guess to every community. It allows us to use funds for projects that otherwise we'd be having to pull out of our fund balance or our regular funds to pay for, and it makes other resources available for projects that we need and may need here in the future. I'm real excited about the culinary arts. Nolan and I want to see if we can come get lessons in cooking. So anyway, I'm really excited about that. And the Early Childhood Center is coming along, and it sounds like it's going to be a tremendous project. So thank you all very much, and for all the hard work you're doing, Oscar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, we've tasted your food, and I think you do need to take that class.
Mr. Vice President, could I just a couple quick questions? And I think that was a great update, Oscar, and also a summary, Greg, in terms of the the school safety report and the committee that's meeting and the ongoing meeting. And I want to again thank Danny and your team and the committee for doing that. I guess a question for Dr. Noyola in terms of what you see as our ongoing maybe communication with the board with regards to facilities, safety and security for all our schools. How do you foresee that in terms of communicating not only with us but other stakeholders? Because it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect with really, for lack of a better word, because I think everything we try to do in this district is a collective impact approach. We've never done things as a district in isolation or in a silo. We're really trying to do what's best practices and do the best thing for our students all the time. So when we think of the collective impact approach, right, you have a city, you have the police department, you have, our professionals and our expertise, but then you have county officials, state officials, and folks in the community, other leaders. What can we do to not only sort of talk about this more frequently at the board level in whatever way, of course, you see fit, appropriate, but what can we do to make sure that everyone in the community knows that whatever we do, and I know we're going to make improvements, right? We're never here to say that we're perfect. No, absolutely. I know that whatever the work that's done by the committee, I know they're going to come up. Greg just listed off many things that are going to help. I guarantee you there'll be other things that come forward to improve partnerships and things like that, and to improve the safety and security at our schools. But what can we do to sort of make sure that everyone knows that we're doing all these things and they're best practices and it's collective impact, because otherwise, folks skip process, they skip procedure, it becomes about a reaction, it becomes about a solution in search of a problem, it becomes, they fixate on one thing. And what we're trying to do is respond appropriately, not react. We're going to respond, and we're going to do the absolute best thing and go through that process and come forth with a comprehensive best practices plan that's put forth from a collective impact model, right?
Correct.
And not get fixated on a reaction, on sort of like a one solution sort of reaction that otherwise can sort of take center stage and become sort of a hot, topic or whatever. I think we need to sort of educate folks about the process and communicate better. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
So actually, we've been having those conversations. One item as far as the board role and the communication here, we are actually going to have a standing line item at our Facilities Safety Committee meeting every month, just like Julio does his financials report. We'll actually have a standing safety item where we will keep the board abreast of where our design team is at with the latest best practices that are out there and what we're looking to consider and so forth. And so Oscar will be including that as part of his agendas for our Facilities and Safety Committee. But exactly what you said, Dr. Pettis, and I think Danny called it a layered approach, in that there is not one solution to all of this. It really is a layered approach. It's multiple things, all the things that Mr. Power spoke to. It's about all of those things being done collectively that really create the safety in our school systems. If it was just one thing, we wouldn't have to worry, right? But it's ultimately a multi-layered piece that really looks at responsive and preventative measures. And so mental health is a preventative measure. Training our staff to respond, those are all preventative measures. And then there's the hardscapes, right? The fencings, the securities, the locked doors and so forth, all these things that we have in our school systems. But we did have a conversation with Shane's department in particular. There are some things, I will be honest, there are some things that we don't share because there are things that we don't want to communicate to somebody that has an intent to do harm. And so there are some things that we hold back. But to your point, I think we need to do a better job of communicating all the various things. Every time that I sit down with somebody and I say, well, let me walk you through some of these things, and they step back and say, gosh, I didn't know. And so we recognize that is out there. And so Shane and his department are actually working on a communication plan around how do we ensure that our community knows exactly all the things that exist within our school system. Back in 2018, the design team came together, and that design team was the team that really did a lot of research around best practices and brought forward all the things that we have in place in our school system now that were not there 4 years ago. And so that committee will once again be coming back, and we find new improvements and best practices that are happening throughout. And so it's this continuous cycle of finding the best practices and seeing which of those fit within our school systems, right? And so our communication, in fact, Shane has already started some of that, is really going through all the practices that we have in our school district and getting them out to our community because, in this time, obviously, the very first reaction the families have is going, well, what do we have in our district? It's just a natural reaction to say, okay, what are we doing? What do we do better? But one of the things that as a school system we have always done was do responsible rollouts, because when we don't do those things, sometimes things don't stick and or problems are created, right? When you think you're finding a solution, if you don't plan it out and ensure that everybody knows exactly what we're doing, now you have problems, right? And so this design team is charged, they'll be charged with that, to continue to evaluate what do we do to continue that safety piece. But within that design team work is also a communication plan around how do we continue to keep our community informed.
Doc, to kind of jump on Dr. Perez's question, we're doing some amazing things, amazing things. Greg just laid out a list of a lot of them. Danny's doing an amazing job championing the safety issues, and same thing with Mr. Tapia and Mr. Cavazos. I mean, I think we have some great practices, and I think we're every day we reevaluate what's going on. I think one of the things that you may want to just consider is that we have a story to tell, an amazing story to tell. I mean, you're doing amazing things. The district's doing some amazing things. I don't think people realize how much work goes in to what's going on for the safety of our children. I think maybe one thing, and again, Shane is the expert on communication, but one thing, you may want to consider is telling our story, but let's get out of the property of the district, and let's go to the people. Let's go to the Rotaries. Let's go to the Kiwanis. Let's go to the libraries. Let's tell the people, because a lot of parents or community members, one, they may not have time. Two, they may feel intimidated. Three, it may be out of the way. I don't know what the reason may be, what they don't come over. So if they don't come to us, let's go to them. So that may be something that you look at, and people having some, in the absence of information, people are going to create their own. And I think it's something that I think we have some great processes, sequences, and I don't think people realize all the hard work that goes involved in what we do at the district. And so it may be something to consider, going out and making little presentations and showcasing what's going on, because we're at a time right now, people are scared. There was just a shooting today. Someone another person died. They just shot someone and killed someone this afternoon. So I think parents are nervous. I think everybody is uncertain. So I think if we can kind of reach out to them as well, I think that may go far.
Mr. President, if I just I appreciate you saying that, and I agree. And again, we have to, we don't have to, we do trust you and your professionals with what you can share, because that is very important. There are some things that, like you said, I mean, you definitely, there's some things that are interest of, in this sense, not national security, but it sure is to us. These are our pride and joy, and this is our world here in our district. So it is national security for us. But there are some things that you don't want, to give someone the playbook and this kind of stuff. So to your approach, and I love the whole layered approach. I love that. Another way of looking at it, and this from Holdsworth, is, some problems are just logistical problems. You just a flip of a switch, or it's an email, or it's this and that one little change, or one little application, or one little person here, personnel issue. This is a complex problem, right? And to your approach, it requires a layered approach. It requires not linear thinking, but complex thinking. And in many ways, there is no perfect solution to this, and there never will be. What we're trying to do, to your point, is this series of things, layered approach, whatever you want to call it. I love that concept, but it's a number of different things where we achieve the balance where everyone's happy that we're doing everything we can, but there is no perfect solution. It's complex problems require complex thinking, required layered approaches, required a series of different things, multiple different things, where we achieve that balance that we're trying to achieve. And what we definitely have to trust you, not only to tell us what we really, or to tell the community what we can tell, but withhold the other things. But I love the concept that the President brought up now, but we also have to trust you. I mean, again, I wouldn't suggest you go to those groups that have agendas. I wouldn't put yourself in that regard. That's a win-lose situation. There are many groups, he mentioned many, that you can talk to that don't have an agenda. They just want to know what's going on in the district, and they want to know how they can help. There are many groups that we can talk to, and I think we should. But let's be careful with those out there that have agendas, and they see things as a solution, and they have an agenda to do this, then, and that, and I don't know that's helpful. You know what I mean? We just have to be smart about it because we've got to protect the brand. We've got to protect our brand, and we've got to do what's right for our kiddos. So.
And to your point and yours as well, Mr. Leon, we have ambassadors, and look, we are one school system, but we have a lot of people that are knowledgeable about what goes on in our district, and it's just about communicating that message, right? So as many people that can communicate that message, even our own staff, right? Even our own staff is a critical group to make sure that they are informed because they are just as concerned. And so I think the discussion that y'all brought forward around how do we increase our levels of communication, because with knowledge there's power, and with knowledge that can ease your mind a little bit. And so that's an area that we're going to continue to focus on and put an extra emphasis on that communication piece and keeping our own people, but even our community as well informed about the various things that we do, because it is that layered approach that, I mean, unfortunately, there's not going to be one solution. It's multiple solutions coming together to create those environments. So absolutely, that's direction we'll move forward.
Mr. Vice President,
Yes.
I want to thank you for bringing that up because I do think that it's important to, again, not to reiterate, we're not going to divulge everything, but just to keep that communication open with the community. I mean, you talk to any one of us up here, including Dr. Muñiz, and we always tout that relationship that we have with the community, that we can accomplish whatever we do here at Hcisd, the opportunities that we create because of that relationship. And we need to keep that relationship, strong. And I think that this is one of those situations where that can hurt the relationship if we don't play it right. But I think that I spoke to Ms. Fleury earlier. We were having a conversation. You talk about the groups. You talk to our first group, and our strongest group is our parents. We had a grandparent up here today speaking, and you could tell she really, all of us, have kids, nieces, nephews, grandkids in this school district, and we love all our students like we love our own, and so that, especially with the parents, I think that's our biggest group, our biggest ambassadors that we can have that strong communication with, and I know you do, but I'm just, bringing it up again, that's probably our core group of ambassadors that, that they can help us spread our message.
May I just say too that I want to thank all of you, because as we're all very concerned about this. And as I reflect back on so many things over the years, it is really important for us to understand where we are at the moment. And I believe that this is an entirely different moment. I think we all understand. This is an entirely different moment. It's an entirely different world. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the specific ideas that you all have brought forward, because I think they're very, very good. The school district is, and as Eladio and I were saying earlier, the school district is the largest entity in Harlingen, and it is a very strong, powerful organizational force within itself. And we work exceedingly well as that, better than most. And we now are, as are the others, at a time of threat. And so I think that what we have to do is what we're talking about tonight. We continue to work boldly and strategically and wisely and with experienced leadership. And we look at it as Nolan has said exactly, as a layered approach to a very complex problem. But in addition to that, this time, this big organization putting all of its resources together, as well as we're going to do, the other part of that job is And it is, I think, part of that job, not ancillary to it. We have to bring the community along in terms of understanding and trusting what we are doing. We've always enjoyed the trust of the district because, to a lot of your point, the parents know us well, and they work with us constantly. So that trust level is already there. But we're in a new moment. It is a different time, and I think we have to add, we have to bring more into who we are and then move forward. In that process, it would be very unwise for us to relinquish the role of leadership that we have to have. We have to lead this. We have to lead this. We have to lead this with the structures that you have put in place, that the district is putting in place, that staff is working on. And we must do it with everyone coming on board. I think sometimes that those who have not been a part of it do not understand the degree of professionalism, the degree of commitment, the degree to which we're already doing much of what they're thinking about. That's been okay as long as the year went by, we could communicate that with our parents, with our PTAs. We had our own unit together very well. Now this is an entirely different picture. And I think we all owe it to the community and to ourselves and to the district to be sure that we somehow incorporate all of that. Am I making sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And thank you for that, Dr. Nolo. The good thing is, everybody, we've got the best team in the world to do it. The good thing is we can do this. But we must do it.
Any other comments? Great discussion, and I think it's very needed discussion. Okay, if not, thank you, Mr. Tapia, for your report, and Dr. Reiniger for the follow-up on it. Next is the consideration approval of the change order number 1 to increase the original contract sum for the Early Childhood Academy project. Mr. Tapia?
Chairman DeLeon, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. As I discussed in my facilities report, this was discussed at the facilities committee meeting to approve a change order for additional restrooms to Holcomb Construction to increase the contract by $215,372. We recommend approval.
I move approval.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Powers.
Second the motion.
Second by Dr. Pettis. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next, it's consideration for approval of change order number 1 to increase the original contract sum for the Marquee project at Early Childhood Academy. Mr. Tapia?
Mr. Chairman DeLeon, members of the board, and Dr. Noyola, this is also another change order, as I discussed in the facilities report. This is to add an additional marquee to our contract with Golden Rule Signs for the Early Childhood Academy in the amount of $32,681.90. We recommend approval.
Mr. President, I move approval of the Marquee Project Early Childhood Academy as presented.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Pettis.
Second.
Second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next on this item, I don't know what the will of the board is, if they want me to go ahead and name the committee, or you just want to approve, but it's approve of the school board standing committee members for the 2022-2023 school year. It's in your packet. If you want me to go through it, or?
No.
Okay.
I move for approval as submitted. We've all seen it. And
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Powers. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes for the approval of the school board standing committee. Next, the approval of a campus assignment for board members for the 22-23 school year. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move approval of the campus assignments for board members for 22-23.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Reiniger.
Second.
Second by Jerry Fleury. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes for the approval of the campus assignments for the board members for the 22-23 school year. Next, we are going to adjournment to close or executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551-071, 551-072, 551-074, and 551-082, the Opens Meeting Act, for the following purposes. One, to discuss the employment of principal for Jefferson Elementary. Two, B, to discuss employment of Principal Stewart, Place Elementary, and C, to discuss employment of principal from Harlingen High School. We are now in executive session, and it is 8:43.
We think it's great that you're.
Okay, we're now out of executive session. It is 9:23. Oh, 27?
27, yeah. Go to A&M or what?
Thank you for the correction, Dr. Noyola. First on the item is consider employment of the principal of Jefferson Elementary. Is there a motion or?
I move that we approve the person that was recommended by staff in executive session.
Second the motion.
There's a motion by Mr. Powers, a second by Ms. Fleury. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's an aye. I apologize.
We can't always have unanimous votes. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I haven't done that. I was moving too fast.
What? Is this a sidebar?
Yes,
Sidebar, 1 second.
Just for the correction, it's a unanimous decision
Yes, thank you.
on the employment of Jefferson Elementary.
Thank you.
Next is consider employment of the principal for Stewart Place Elementary. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval for the employment of the principal Stewart Elementary School, initials KJ, as recommended in administration.
There's a motion on the floor by Dr. Pettis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion?
Katie Johnson? Yeah, okay.
If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next is consideration employment of Harlingen High School principal. Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. President, I move approval as recommended by staff.
There's a motion on the floor for the Harlingen High School principal by Ms. Fleury. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Last on the agenda is the consider employment of teachers and professional staff.
I move that we approve all 52 people that were recommended by staff.
Can you name them in order? No.
Yes, I can.
I second the motion.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Powers, a second by Dr. Bettis. Is there any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Everyone have a good evening. We are in German and it is 9:29. Good night.